Hello everybody and welcome to, another movie link video. Oh, back, a while back we looked at OpenRCT Tycoon 2's revisited season, back from season 1 of the series. And now we will get into the movie side of things again, and the second season. Unfortunately, due to the fact that this season went on for 40 episodes and 4 years, essentially, like, things are gonna have to be segmented. So this is part one of that big, long, mammoth movie. I hope you all enjoy, and hopefully this will help tide things over until, I get back onto the Minecraft grind once again. And I won't promise anything right now, but it is in the works. Trust me. In any case, please enjoy the movie, and I will see you all for the next normal length video. For now, um, grab your drink, grab your popcorn, and enjoy the movie. Ciao. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the beginning of season 2 of Let's Play I Will Go Tycoon 2. Now you might be noticing two things right off the bat. First things first, you might be noticing that I am talking a little bit quieter than I usually do. This is because that at the time of recording, it is 20 minutes to 5 a.m. Eastern Time. And, well, that just means that it's incredibly late in my night and incredibly early in the morning for normal folks. So, oh yeah, I apologize if I don't seem like all energetic and stuff like that. And the second thing you may have noticed is that the game is paused because I wanted to be able to do a legitimate not outro. Oh, I was hoping to do a legitimate intro instead of just thrusting you all straight into the action. But we're going to start Season 2 the exact same way Season 1 started, playing through Forest Frontiers, which is by far the easiest scenario in the game. Deep in the forest, build a thriving theme park in a large, cleared area. And the objective is about as simple as you can get. Get 250 guests in your park by the end of the first and only year you're allowed, with park rating of at least 600. Sounds pretty simple, doesn't it? And, well, that's because it is. Now, before I unpause the game, let's break things down. Um, we don't start off with a whole lot of variety at first, but what do you expect? It's the easiest scenario in the game, and they just give you just enough in order to be able to just scrape on by. So don't be too excited about that. Anyways, enough me rambling. Let's unpause the game and let's actually get this party started. Gotta have at least a little basic ride to just say, hey, welcome to the park. And what better way to do that than with some miniature cars, am I right? So now that our first guest has arrived, I suppose now is the time to start setting up, the boring, essential stuff of things like rooms, a food stall, a drink stall, all blah 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 blah. and the mechanic because as we can. And of course, first in game week and we're already getting hit with a threat of rain and there's no information kiosk just yet. That's just lovely. And in case you're wondering, yes, that was sarcasm. Also, I apologize if things are kind of dark. That's the game's doing, not mine. Also, for those who have a good pair of ears, you may have noticed that I re-enabled the game sounds. I have them on at like 20% volume so that way you can be able to actually hear me and the game when I'm not talking. You might be able to tell that I'm tired because I'm not exactly up to building my own roller coasters and stuff right now. It's just more or less the case of just saying screw it, just throw roller coasters and stuff everywhere, or screw just trying to build your own stuff. I apologize if I'm not saying too much because, as first of all you have to remember that Forest Frontiers is such a easy scenario that there's not a whole lot to really commentate about. And second of all is because of how late it is currently when I'm recording this, so just bear with me, and hopefully the second episode and onwards of season two will be a little bit more exciting because we'll start getting into the harder and harder scenarios as we go through the season. And of course, just like last season, if you want to create your own scenarios and challenge me to complete your own custom scenarios, feel free, because we're gonna be in for the long haul, folks. I don't get any more rain, because everyone loves rain in Roller Coaster Tycoon now, do they? Spoiler, we don't. Oh, now you decided to give me the information kiosk. Okay. Whatever works for you, game. Why not? Just gonna speed things up a little bit until we get the kiosk. There we go. Here's how ridiculously easy Forest Frontiers is. You can get up to 250 gas by the end of April, year 1. I'm not kidding you. I most certainly am not. If you're real smart, you can get this done in under 2 months, but in my case, I did it right before the end of April year 1, so pretty easy scenario. Oh, not too much more to say other than that. So that will do it. So that will do it for the season 2 premiere of Let's Play OpenRCT2. Unsurprisingly, this park is incredibly easy to complete, as you can tell by the date and the fact that there's more and more guests coming every single step of the way. And how fitting that the friggin' video has to end on a friggin' thunderstorm of all things. Great. But that will do it. That will do it for the first episode of the brand new season. Apologies again for the lack of commentating or energy. It's just really late right now, and I promise you that our episodes will be a little bit more energetic and more commentary like as we move along here. So just bear with me for a little bit, okay? But anyways, thank you all for watching, and as the thunderstorm starts up, I will see you all in the next episode. Ciao. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the wonderful world known as Open Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. In today's rather long-awaited episode, we are going to be tackling an old friend from Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 and an old friend for the second episode of Season 1, Electric Fields. Well, this is by far the easiest of the free beginner scenarios, in my opinion, of Roller Coaster Tycoon 2, and you can kind of see why. As you can tell by the description of the scenario. You have inherited a small farm, and your challenge is to build a small theme park amongst the fields and farm buildings. The objective is almost 3 times bigger than that of Forest Frontiers, but it's not particularly that difficult, all in my opinion, to get 700 guests in your park at the end of October, year 2, with a park rating of at least 600. So, same park rating requirement, just almost 3 times as many guests. And as you can see here in the background, past this little box here, you can tell that yes, there are fields literally everywhere with a little river running through, and fields and stuff everywhere. We do start off with a couple of pre-built buildings over here, but for the most part, all we have is $10,000, 40 guests, and a park rating that desperately needs some tender love and affection. So, oh, let's go over the rides real quick. And there's not a whole lot of variety here at the start. We only have the miniature railroad as a transport ride, a few decent gentle rides in some kind of regard, are a couple of good coaster types in the Win and the Junior, and then you have 2 different kinds of minis and the mine ride, which isn't that great in my opinion. 2 okay thrill rides, 2 water rides with 1 water ride pre-built, and the other one being the log flume, which is quite good, and a decent selection of shops and stalls, including a few food stalls, a couple drink stalls, and a variety of our merchandise. That's including an important information kiosk, which we start with this time, thankfully, and of course your restrooms. So, without further ado, let's take the game off a pause and let's get this party started. The first things first, before I let this go any further, I am going to need to build an information kiosk stat. Because I've learned from last time. And yeah, as you can tell, a lot of guests have left just immediately, and we barely just started. That's not good. But So I'm gonna start things off here by putting down this pre-built log flume, right? Because let's face it, we might as well put the water rides together. Or it's only fair. And then we just extend this path out a little bit to connect it with the rest of the park, and open it up and have it do its thing. And pretty standard stuff. Also gonna start putting down some food and drink sauce so that way the guests don't have a good reason to leave because they're hungry or thirsty or the other bull crap. Along with, first restroom. One thing I don't particularly like about electric fields is the built, I believe that's a quadruple wide path. The guest pathfinding in this game is mediocre at best, and having an extremely wide path like this leads to problems. A lot of problems. So what I'm gonna do is just very, very carefully just simplify the path system here so that way the guests don't get lost because that's not what you want to have happen. Especially in parks like these where it's like oh hey, you have to keep your park rating up in order to complete the scenario as well as, attract enough guests. That's, and guests getting lost because of their terrible pathfinding is definitely something you don't want to deal with. I know that from experience. But in any case, now it's actually looking a little bit better. There, there's a little crossover point there, and now the guests can get from point A to point B without getting lost in the confusing middle. Oh. And then, as you may have surmised, we do start off with a bit of a loan, which is annoying because that loan interest will eat into your money quite quickly. But there's not a whole lot we can really do about that. So let's get into the fun stuff and actually put down a friggin' roller coaster. There we go. Okay, now things are starting to get a little bit more busy in the park. Right now that we've put down a couple of extra rides. I don't know about you, but but puke green balloons is not exactly something I would want in my own theme park. So yeah, I don't think you would want to be wearing a puke green T-shirt here, or have a puke green balloon. Because let's face it, that's just friggin' disgusting. So with that in place, we should be more or less ready to go. And it's like we have one of my favorite coaster types in the game, the looping roller coaster, is currently in development. And as the name implies, the looping roller coaster is capable of vertical loops, and depending on the design, it can have a pretty good throughput if you know what you're doing. But it is a pretty good ride, but it does suffer from, let's just face it, some pretty mediocre stats at best. And I say at best because I know some people will be in the comments saying the looping roller coaster isn't that good because stats are more terrible than you're giving it this credit for. Instead, I say, well, yeah, I might be giving it a little less shit than people throw at it, but come on now, now, you have your favorite types, I have mine, just respect my opinion, please. Meanwhile, while I'm ranting about the friggin' looping roller coaster, you can tell that things are getting kind of busy up in here. Gonna try to give Wood Trip here a little bit of love, because let's face it, that roller coasters do deserve a little bit of extra um, love. In case you're wondering why I'm jacking up the price on some of these rides, is that way we get the most bang out of the. So that way guests get the most bang out of their buck. Literally speaking, in this case. Okay, it is connected. Yay, rain. At least the good news is, is at least you can make a quick buck if you charge the maximum for the umbrellas when it's raining, because the guests won't give a crap. They'll pay anything in the rain. But in normal conditions, the guests are like, yeah, no, we're not that stupid. Get more stalls here on the other side, just to make sure that there's at least a little bit of variety here and there. You can only borrow up to 25,000 on your loan in this scenario, which can be a little bit of a problem if things decide to go tits up, to be perfectly blunt. Just a slight little reroute there. There now it actually is a little bit more cohesive. Not necessarily the correct word to use there, but it's the only word I could really think of at the moment. We might as well give the chocolate a little bit of a test run here before the guests decide to get on and indulge in said chocolate. Also, I do apologize that the game sound does sound a little low. I'll try to adjust that before next episode because I think you would want to be able to hear the game a little bit, but while also being able to hear me as well. So I do apologize for that. Another decent-ish roller coaster type is the corkscrew, and that's coming up next here on the old research agenda. The corkscrew, also like the looping, does what it says on the tin, and spins the train around in corkscrews as you would expect. However, the corkscrew, as 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 some people may have known, it's a slightly disappointing version of the twister coaster, which I believe we do not have here at Electric Fields. So we're just going to make do with what we got. But yeah, like I said at the beginning, Electric Fields isn't particularly too tricky. It just takes longer because the guest goals nearly tripled from Forest Frontiers last episode, because we went from 250 straight up to 700. But as it stands right now, we're 2/3 of the way to the goal as we approach the end of May year 1. So we're definitely making good pace. I say making good pace like this is a speed run, but it's not. It's just a casual playthrough / let's play. So don't know why I opted for the speedrunning terminology there. Just gonna speed things up a little bit until we get closer to June. And just like that, it's already the day before the corkscrew is unlocked. This is one of the good things about Open Roller Coaster Tycoon 2, the fact that it has a speed up function, so that way you aren't sitting for a literal real life hour to unlock stuff like the corkscrew. Okay, maybe I'm over exaggerating a little, but I think you get the point. The Cobra is kind of like the Stingray, in a way, because it is also another old shuttle loop coaster, just in corkscrew form. And just like the Stingray, it's going to get its test run before any guests get on it. Small compact designs like the Cobra and Stingray work out wonderfully in a park where you don't necessarily have the biggest amount of space. Now this is a little bit of a lie, considering that we do have a fair bit of space to work with. It's just more of a money thing, as you can tell down there in the bottom left. In case you're wondering what I'm basing my pricing off of, I'm trying to charge around double the excitement rating rounded down. Um, um, so 6.1, and I just decided to just round it to the nearest dollar, which would be $12. And as you can see, the guests are willing to pay $12, no problem. It's best to find a quick and easy way to optimize your ride ticket prices and scenario plays, so that way you can make the most bang for your buck while also not trying to crunch the numbers with a friggin' calculator in your hand. And let's face it, not everyone has a friggin' calculator in their hands to do quick maths. So yeah, we're now halfway through June year 1, and we are getting quite close to the goal, and our park rating is incredibly high down in the low 900s, which is quite good since the scale is out at 999. You could also technically say out of 1,000, since there's 1,000 numbers inclusive between 0 and 999, but I digress. Well, that's rather rude of you, Kurt. For things like the car ride, I do be careful not to charge too much, because guests tend to want to pay more for things like roller coasters and thrill rides than they do a dinky little car ride like this. So just have that situational awareness is basically all I'm saying. And you can kind of see why I said don't charge too much for this ride, because, well, its stats are pretty low. They're somewhat high for a car ride, I believe, but don't quote me on that. And we have hit the goal just before July Year 1. So overall, like I said, not quite as challenging, not 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 quite as easy to complete quickly compared to Forest Frontier, since you need triple the guests. But overall, it's definitely just as easy as Forest Frontiers. Well, it's slightly harder because of the higher guest goal, but you get the point. It's not quite as hard as you may think. Just as long as you know exactly what you're doing, just as long as you exactly know what you're doing in terms of place down rides, stalls, all that various stuff, you should be fine. And as I said, we completed it on June 30th, year 1, just before it rolled over to July. I, I, and so, and so, that will do it for this video. But before we go, there are going to be two pretty big announcements I want to make. make. Announcement number one, the Amethyst Marble Race All-Star season will be starting by the end of the week before Halloween. I will not be making a Halloween special. Well, it's just coincidental timing that the All-Star season will be starting right before or the spooky season known as Halloween. So keep an eye out for that. And number two, I have reopened a Patreon. On, the link to my Patreon will be down in the description below, and in the comments section, and down below as well. If you want to support the channel and want to help keep things going, and all that fun stuff, you can go down to the link below, and you can become a patron. Of course, you don't necessarily have to become a patron if you don't want to or aren't able to because of your own financial stuff, but every little bit helps. And you know what they say, hey, it's the thought that matters. So it's just there as an option. And you can become a patron or not on my Patreon. Um, and it's completely all up to you. So in any case, as mentioned, that will do it for this video. I will try to fix the game volume issue for episode 3, where we will return to a factory theme park from season 1 as well. Well, my goal is to try to get to a rare infamous scenario from Rollercoaster Tycoon 2 as soon as possible. But first, we have 2 more parks to get through before we get to that infamous scenario. Oh, in any case, I'm just rambling at this point. So, to sum it all up, Amethyst Marble Race All-Star season will be coming up by the end of this week. I have recently created my Patreon, on which you can join the link below if you want. And that will do it for this video. Thank you so much for watching, and as always, I will see you all in the next video. Ciao. Hello everybody, and welcome back to Open Rollercoaster Tycoon 2. Ooh. In today's episode, we are back in Factory Capers. There's the third mission that we've ever done. Well, it's not really so much a mission board as a park, but I digress. In any case, we are back in Factory Capers, and this is the pretty much a medium difficulty scenario of the 3 beginner parks in Roller Coaster Tycoon 2, as you can no doubt tell by the objective. The setting is simple. An abandoned factory complex is an opportunity to build a mechanical themed amusement park. And the objective is slightly harder than that of Electric Fields. It's to get 1,100 guests in your park. At the end of October, you're free with the exact same park rating requirement of 600. So yes, it's a little bit harder, but it's not completely insurmountable. Oh. And as you can tell here in the background, yes, there's the factory complex in question, along with incredibly windy paths, and plenty of smokestacks and other factory equipment around all over the place, as you would probably expect. Unlike the previous scenario, there are no pre-built buildings or rides or guests or anything, other than the scenery that we start off with, as you can see closer up. The ride selection in here is a little bit more orthodox, but you have to consider the fact that we are at the beginning of the game after all. We start off with the same miniature railroad as the previous scenario, but this time we have the monorail with those streamlined cars, which are my favorite for the monorail. We also have access to a few decent gentle rides, including pretty much free, like 2 or 3 variants of the car ride. Right? A couple of pretty good roller coaster types, like the Wind Roller Coaster Junior, and even the Steel One, if you're so apt to call it. And a few thrill rides. Some of them are decent, and others are okay. Okay. The same water rides as last time with the boat hire and log flume, and a pretty good selection of stalls. Plenty of food stalls, 9 of them in fact. And only one type of drink stall. The information kiosk, which again is important to have a starting item. Balloons, first aid rooms, an ATM, which is especially important, and of course restrooms. Nothing too crazy now, is it? So first things first, here as we get underway, we're gonna have to get rid of all this friggin' scenery and stuff in the way. Just that way we know exactly where we're starting off at from. Um, yeah, there's a lot of already pre-built path here, and not all of it is good for this particular thing because it's just windy and ridiculous and everything else underneath the friggin' sun. And so the first bit of the scenario will be just me getting rid of a good chunk of this path here, so that way we can actually build a more cohesive path network. There's how I could draw in straight lines, so I'm just kind of fixing the path as I go. In particular, I'm just trying to get rid of the elevated paths, because at least that way, at least the paths that are on the ground I can actually do something with. Whereas the ones that are elevated, they're just significantly harder to deal with. So now that we got that fixed, now it's time to connect the paths all back together, so that way we can actually get this underway. I'm sorry this scenario is starting off a lot more slower paced than before, but this scenario isn't exactly the best in terms of the start here. Alright, so now that we got the path situation fixed once again, and we can actually start building our theme park. Our, we can actually get started here. Of course, first things first, you know me, I gotta have my information kiosk post haste. It's because, let's face it, I don't like seeing guys getting wandering around lost like a bunch of lost puppies, if you know what I mean. And we're gonna start things off with a rather appropriate right here. Here are the roadworks, which is, as I said, appropriate considering that, well, um, um, factory, mechanical themed ride, it just all works out in the end. So now that that's open now we should start attracting some guests pretty soon here to fill up the park. Hopefully, anyway, because you never know. You never know sometimes. So now that we have a couple of rides up now, we can get things started. The only reason why guests aren't popping up is because, um, well, as you may have noticed the admission price starts off at $10, and the guests are like, "We're not paying that much to get into the park. What are you, crazy?" So we have a little bit of a disadvantage early on because of that, because guests don't want to pay that much to enter the park. But don't you worry, we're gonna make that enticing sooner rather than later. Yeah, and the game pretty much just confirms it there. There's like either reduce the fee or improve the value of the park. And we received our first negative award, which is for the most disappointing park award. or mostly because, uh, well, our park is not that great right now, even though it has a park rating of 309. If I remember correctly, you get the award if you have a park rating less than 650. So yeah, we're not exactly making a good first impression, to say the very least. And as I doubt you no doubt surmised, we're not exactly off to the greatest of starts. After a little while, we finally have our first guest finally arriving to the park. So this guest finally, so this guest finally roll into the park. Right now we're actually starting to get things underway. We also start off with a $10,000 loan, just like the last scenario. Oh, as you no doubt noticed as well, with the loan interest eating away at our money a little bit. And our first research has been completed, and it is the spiral coaster. They're known for its spirally train lifts. You could argue that, oh, we already have spirally train lifts, which is not a lie necessarily speaking, but in the grand scheme of things, this is kind of like a pseudo spirally train lift. Spiral coaster has legitimate spiraliness. And if that doesn't make sense to you, trust me, it makes about as little sense to me because I'm the one that's trying to explain things. So now I guess actually, in our park, and a decent number of them, it's now time to start talking about stalls. And starting to set things up. Don't forget to set up your ATMs. Because if guests run out of money, they will leave the park incredibly quickly. And as a extra kick to the butt, but you cannot charge for the rides here. Here, guests will only pay the ticket to enter the park and use services. The rides themselves are free, which means if you don't get guests in your park in a timely manner, you're gonna run into some pretty severe financial issues, which is something you don't want, as I no doubt you've figured out. So after 2 in-game months, we are only 1/10 the way to the goal. That's like the greatest thing in the world, but what are you really gonna do? Am I right? That's what I wanted to do, so that's why I put the fence there. Also, I'm not sure if you noticed, but I did try to increase the game volume just a little bit for this episode. Oh, it might still be a little bit too quiet, but as I said last episode, I will try to fix this issue as the episodes go on until we find that perfect balance. So that way you can hear the game a little bit while also being able to hear me. The spiral coaster is another one of those rides where it's like, well, it's decent. It doesn't knock your socks off, but it's decent. If I had to compare it to something, I would have to kind of compare it to the Gig Coaster, or a naturally low intensity rating and a pretty high excitement rating, which is a good combination. This is what I meant by the spirally train lifts. Us just going around in a little spiral and then going down the rest of the track. And yeah, kind of proving the point there of the spiral coaster's strengths. An excitement rating of almost 7, an intensity rating of 4, and not too much nausea as you would expect from a spirally roller coaster. And in this scenario, you can borrow up to $35,000, which means that, yeah, unless you're getting guests in your park constantly, you're gonna be fighting the bank and the financial flow of your park simultaneously, which is, not fun. In fact, there I say is pretty much the opposite of what we like to call fun, unquote unquote. So now we're a little over 3 in-game months in, and we have actually made some decent progress towards the goal now. Now 250 down 850 to go. So yeah, its requirement is a little higher than that of electric fields, but that's kind of what you expect the game to get a little bit harder and harder as time goes on. In case you're wondering, the Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 scenarios aren't sorted by difficulty, because in Roller Coaster Tycoon 1 they're ordered by difficulty from easiest to hardest. In Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 they are sorted alphabetically. So Crazy Castle is first on the list, followed by Electric Fields and Factory Capers, when it should be the Electric Fields, Factory Capers, and then Crazy Castle. And speaking of Crazy Castle, that's what's coming up next episode. See, this is pretty much the one thing I don't like about pay for entry parks that don't have pay per ride, because you're just sitting around just waiting for the money to add up and just hopefully have enough to be able to actually do something. That's why these kind of videos are a lot more slower paced. It's because you're just waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. I would, I would say that hopefully things pick up, but then I remember what's gonna be coming up over the next couple of episodes. So it's Crazy Castle itself, and then that infamous scenario right after it. If you if you played Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 before, you know exactly which scenario I'm talking about. But if you haven't played Roller Coaster Tycoon 2, well, let's just say that you'll be in for a bit of a nasty surprise. Next, once we actually get to that in episode 5. Well, look who's back. The looping roller coaster is back for another ride. Not like it really matters, because we're basically skimming the line of being cash positive, but you know, it's the thought that matters after all. Um, I don't know if the game decided to give me a break and remove alone without even asking or what, but for some reason it's just gone. But I suppose that's good news for us, because we're desperately gonna need extra financial flexibility in order to try to keep this park flowing. So you know what? I'm not gonna complain. kind of sad when I have to rely on marketing to try to speed things up here and not make this video go on for like a good 1 or 2 hours, but you gotta do what you gotta do in order to make it for these scenarios. In case you're curious, yes, the one roller coaster can go around in little loopy doopies. Another foods all got unlocked, but other than that, not a whole lot of extra action going on here. Which you might have expected. In case you're wondering, yes, I am speeding things up here a little bit because we're not really getting too much action going on here, and the game seems too content with just giving us shops and stalls, all for us to actually do anything other than build such shops and stalls. So I'm just speeding this up for everyone's sake. Remember, the goal is 1100, and we are just over 1,000, and heading into the mid part of October. So we're at least getting somewhere. Yay! And we've made it to 1100 guests right before the end of year 1. So that is Factory Capers. The first scenario where it gets a little bit ridiculous is because not only is it a pay-for-entry park that starts off way too expensive, meaning that you either have to reduce the fee or raise the park value in a hurry, but it's also one of those scenarios that just goes to show you that the game knows how to make the scenarios longer, or if you let it. And so, as year two finally rolls around and the park goes to a more sustainable level, um, 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 that will do it for this video. As you can see, Factory Capers is big and can be expansive, but it can also be quite slow in the beginning, especially since you can't charge for the rides. You pretty much just have to hope that you get good luck by having tons of guests moving quickly, and having to try to manage your finances, which is not easy and even harder when you consider the fact that once the guest influx dries up, then your money dries up, and then you're in the ditch, literally. This is the first mildly challenging scenario that we've had to face on the channel this season, and trust me, it's not gonna get any better, because this next episode, so we head off to the castle, to try to build something out of nothing, and then the episode after that is the aforementioned infamous scenario from Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. And as I said before, if you haven't played the game, you'll see why it's a pain in the ass. That's right, that once we get to that. But if you have played Roller Coaster Tycoon 2, you not only know which one I'm talking about, but you know just how much of a pain in the ass it is. In any case, that will do it for this video. Oh, and for this episode. Oh, thank you all so much for watching, and, and I will see you all in the next episode, where hopefully the episode doesn't run for 50 whole goddamn minutes. But then again, knowing what's coming up next, that might be a pipe dream. Anyway, in any case, I will see you all in the next video. Oh, ciao. There. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to OpenRCT2 Tycoon 2. Ooh, Today's episode, we are returning to a very familiar looking castle, as you can tell by the walls here, and it's quite possibly one of the crazier ones out there, as by the name, Crazy Castle. Oh, and yeah, this is probably the craziest one of the free beginning scenarios in Roller Coaster Tycoon 2, as you can probably imagine. You have inherited a large castle. Your job is to convert it into a small theme park. Or it's my job to convert it, but you get the point. The objective here is the highest of all the beginner parks in Roller Coaster Tycoon 2, who have a guest requirement of 1,500 guests at the end of October year 4, with the exact same park rating requirement as last time. And as you can see, the castle is indeed quite the castle here is indeed quite large, with some unfortunate double pathing here. And you might be looking at the landscape right now, wondering, wait, this doesn't look right. And you're right, it's not. No. Throughout the first 3 episodes, I have tried to play the game as close to vanilla as possible. But I have quickly come to realize, especially in episodes 2 and 3, that that's not exactly the best course of action from here on out, because these scenarios are going to get longer and longer, and let's face it, you all don't want to see me play a scenario for an hour, 2 hours, maybe even more, or just focusing on just one scenario. So from here on out, episode 4 and on, I will be using this little menu here to cheats. I know some peers might get pissed off at me using cheats, but come on now. As I literally just said, I don't want to torture you all of hour long, 2 hour long, even longer videos. Oh, if it's a movie link video like the Amethyst Marvel Season 1 and Season 2 movies, that's fine because at least that's a compilation. But for just one video on one scenario, that would drive both you and I crazy. So I'll be using these cheats from here on out. Which financial cheats, guest cheats, park cheats, and ride cheats. It's the only reason why I'm being transparent about this now before we start the scenario is just so that way you guys know exactly what the hell's going on, on, on. And the fact that I just want to make this series as much fun for me as you. And let's face it, you all watch me struggle on a scenario for hours and hours on end in just one video is the opposite of fun. So, there you have it. But in any case, getting back to the main thing, yes, large castle, large park. So the fact that it's a small theme park is kind of a lie. Hey, so before we begin, let's take a look at our rides. And the rides this time are somewhat similar to that of Electric Fields and Factory Capers, except, well, not really. We only start off with a retro style monorail, which is not the greatest. We get a good selection of gentle rides, including friggin' mini golf of all things, along with a few decent and gentle rides sprinkled in there. We get some pretty good coaster types to start off with the two kinds of winds, the normal wind coaster and the wind wild mouse. The steel wild mouse, so two variants of the exact same coaster type, more or less. The junior coaster is back, the mini coaster is back, and so is the mine ride. So pretty much the same stuff, just with the additional little variation of the wild mouses, or mice, if you will. We get a few okay-ish thrill rides, nothing, you know, too, ooh, nothing too ridiculous. Same water rides as last time with the log flume and boat hire, and quite a few stalls to work with. If we have 6 food stalls, 2 drink stalls, and plenty of merchandise stalls, including balloons, hats, souvenirs, t-shirts, the all-important information kiosk, spares room, and this time we have 2 different kinds of restrooms. The normal concrete restroom and a log cabin restroom. I can already tell that some people are gonna be like log cabin restrooms. I didn't make the friggin' log cabins. Chris Sawyer did, so don't blame me, please. Anyways, enough of me rambling. Let's actually get the scenario started, shall we? Yeah. In this scenario, we do start off with 2 guests that were already in the park, and both of them are already en route to leave the park. And we have a few other guests starting to come in as well, so it's not quite as much of a cold open as last episode. Oh, thankfully. So before we begin in building, I just have to get rid of these stupid double paths. Because let's face it, double paths are not fun to work with. And as I mentioned back in episode 2, that can cause guests to get lost incredibly easily. And that's something I don't think you want to have witness to. And there we go. Now that everything's down to a single little tile, let's actually get this party started, shall we? First things first, we gotta have our information kiosk for, obvious reasons. And now we can actually start building some rides. And the good news for us is that unlike last episode, this is a ride park, not a pay per entry, which means money is significantly less of an issue. It'll still be an issue if things don't quite go our way, but it's certainly a lot more tolerable than last time. That worked out quite well. I was just placing it down blind, and thankfully, I put it down the right way. Well, right way, quote unquote. If you do want that little bit of extra money, you can even get rid of the walls of the castle themselves, exposing what this park really is. Which is, suffice to say, just a really, really, really bendy and twisty park. Doesn't look quite spectacular now with all those walls and stuff gone, eh? We're already getting a good chunk of guests coming into the park, so we're off to a much better start than last time. Where we had to wait like a good 15 minutes in order to finally get our first guest. I know that's no exaggeration, but you get the point I'm trying to make. It just took a long time. Jesus Christ, I can't draw a straight line to save my life sometimes, I swear. As you may surmise with these junior coasters, we've done the chocolate log and the crazy caterpillar, so it's the mango muncher's turn to actually get some love and attention. It's also the mango muncher's also the shortest of the pre-built designs in the game. So in a way, it's kind of compact. Now we get a third variant of the wild mouses, this time the spinning wild mouse. There are 4 variants of the wild mouse. The spinning wild mouse, the steel wild mouse, the wooden wild mouse, and I believe an inverted wild mouse. Which raises a question another YouTuber asked, why are there 4 variations of basically the exact same coaster type? I don't know what Chris Sawyer was thinking, and I don't think you guys know why here. So we can all be confused together. What I find the most hilarious about the Crazy Castle maze is that it has the exact same name as the park itself and the scenario itself. So I just find it kind of fitting to have it here. And even for my rambling for the first few minutes of the video, we have already gotten to 250 guests in under 20 minutes, which is significantly faster than last episode, where it took forever to finally get our first guest. And then it just took forever just to get up to the prerequisite 1100. One thing I kind of forgot to mention is the fact that marketing is especially useful, like scenarios like this, because as guests don't have to pay for entry to the park, and you can get all the money that you can out of them with the extra influx of guests that you're getting. It's a kind of a win-win, especially when you're strapped for cash. At this point, if we want to have the park be sustainable, we are going to need the ATM if it's available in this scenario. So we're just going to have to research stops and stalls for a little while until hopefully we either get it or we run out of shops and stalls research, and then we just realize that we're fucked. The swinging inverter ship is basically an inverted version of the normal pirate ship, so not exactly something you would like to call an improvement. see what we got here. As I explained back in episode 2, the way I charge for most rides, excluding some certain flat rides and stuff, is that I take the excitement rating and times it by 2 and round it to the nearest dollar. So you will see a lot of even numbers. There's maybe a few odd ones like 11, 13, 9, etc. All depends on the stats of the ride itself. And the guests never seem to complain about the value of the rides themselves whenever I set the ticket prices like that. They only complain that they can't afford the ride itself. So there you go. It may seem pretty redundant to have two information kiosks within a few meters of each other, but some guests here that just go straight for these rides may not actually get the chance to actually get a park map. So this is here just to prevent any stupidity. I know some people are going to be like, well, that's not very fair. Yeah, well, this game hasn't exactly been very fair here, because that's why I mentioned the fact that I have to start using cheats from here on out, because as I don't want the videos going on for ridiculous amounts of time. I had to pretty much settle for a compromise there to make sure that there was no double paths or anything. So it's just like, okay, screw it, just put down the friggin' souvenir shop and just get it over with. That income per hour is just ridiculous. So almost 12 grand an hour. another food stall. Not exactly the worst case scenario, but considering that we need an ATM sooner rather than later, it's not exactly the best selection either. So we're just gonna move things along here and hopefully that the ATM pops up sooner rather than later. But at least the good news is we are making a lot of money. Hey, that's the one good thing about pay for ride parks. Sure, you need to have ATMs everywhere to keep your guests in the park, but you can make a lot of money and pay off your loan relatively easily if you know what you're doing. And what do you know? Yet another goddamn food stall. Again, it's not worst case scenario, but it's definitely not what you want to see when you are looking for one stall in particular. And we're actually turning quite a good profit, as a matter of fact, so we are making good money. Which is, you know, not entirely too surprising. We're up to 1,000 guests already as we head into October, so the good news is we are starting to get somewhere. The bad news is the game still does not want to give me the friggin' ATM. Which is incredibly annoying, as I think you know without surmise. So while we wait for an annoying piece of crap to finally pop up, let's actually use the money that we've earned and actually really diversify the ride selection at the park a little bit. The good news is these wild mouse rides are pretty cheap to build, so it's not like you're losing out on a whole lot. Hopefully now, with 2 more roller coasters in service, that will try to coax a little bit more activity. try to make that like a little one-way street where guests can come in from that direction. They just can't go out that direction. Think of it as cruel all you want, but it's just to try to keep the guests in a somewhat one general area. And so we're already through one of the first of 4 years, and we are close to the goal, but we just need that little bit extra to push us up over the edge. I know how guests are getting lost or stuck. It's not like we have a super complex path system or anything. So I don't really have much of an idea what the game's talking about. But yeah, the game is just not wanting to be our friend right now. You gotta do what you can in order to keep the guests coming. Great. Everyone hates thunderstorms. Well, everyone who plays this game, that is. Yeah, the game is definitely not playing nice. Which, as you may have guessed, is the annoying part of this whole entire equation. Seeing all these stalls pop up and being researched is just as annoying to you as it is to me, because that just means, oh goody, we still don't have any goddamn ATMs to help us out. At least good news is we're turning a heck of a profit, but what good is that gonna really do for us if we can't keep the guests in the park? If it's of any consolation, at least we're almost to 1,500 guests, so that's at least one good thing. The thing about this whole entire situation is the fact that we're close to our goal. If only we can actually have an ATM to keep the guests in the park so we can hit 1,500, that would be nice. This is really annoying. So I think it's pretty safe to say that we're not going to be getting any ATMs anytime soon. journey reel is a bit of an interesting little guy. The year 3, and yeah, we still have plenty of time to go. With the spiral coaster available now we can actually start our talking. Now we can actually get things going a little bit more. Yeah, I think it's pretty safe to say that if we don't do anything soon, we may be running into some kind of trouble. Because we won't have enough guests by the end of year 4. And we're already halfway through April year 3. So yeah, we have a problem here, Chief. We have the looping roller coaster up. Now we can actually try to progress a little bit. least the good news is our park rating is maxed out. The bad news is we can't get over the 1500 hump to save our lives. Oh god, why does that have to be the mini suspended coaster? I mean, it's a pretty ride, but it's just not very useful, all things considered. Like I said, I didn't want these scenarios going on for like an hour or two, and yet we're almost an hour into the episode, and we are just getting trolled by the game on every single facet. It's just the annoying part. Okay, we finally managed to get up over 1400 and actually stay above 1400. Now it's just a case of actually getting to the 1500 so that way we don't wind up wasting all of our time here. Hallelujah! Just when we thought that this scenario could potentially be failed, the cash machine finally arrives to save our sorry asses. Literally. You may call me insane for putting down 6 ATMs right in a row, but considering how much this game has driven me insane just waiting for these assholes to pop up, you can't exactly blame me for wanting to put 6 down in a row so that way guests can get money and then go along their merry goddamn ways. At least, and like I said, at least now the guests won't leave the goddamn park. The good news is now we can actually offer a lot more types of stalls. Also, that way we actually have a lot more variety. Now the next important thing will be seeing if we can get our influx better than the outflow. It looks like with the help of the cash machine, it is starting to look that way. And so with the cash machines finally arriving at the most critical time, we have finally, we just about reached 1,500 guests. As, and if guests would stop leaving for a minute, maybe we can finally end this nightmare. Let us have it! Holy fucking shit. 62 minutes, almost 3 in-game years, you could say more like 2.5, and we have finally completed this godforsaken scenario. Now you want to know what's going to be even worse next episode? The fact that the next episode has a scenario that is even worse. And that scenario is the infamous one I was mentioning before in Roller Tycoon 2. And you might be thinking, wait, you're gonna do that scenario next? What about Dynamite Dunes? Dynamite Dunes will be coming in episode 6. It will be coming in episode 6 after the next episode. Because in the original season 1, I completed this, and then I had the Dynamite Dunes. Not this time. Dynamite Dunes is gonna have to wait an extra episode. But at long last, we did finally complete it. And look at the mess we have left in our wake. Rides everywhere, hardly anything going on in the middle of the castle, and us just having to expand all the way around outside the castle, and having to create a lot of bullcrap just to get to this point. And all I have to say is, holy shit, was this annoying. And like I said, this isn't even the worst of it. There's gonna be one coming up quite soon that's gonna be even worse. And that, as I said, will be next episode. Oh, oh. I'll give you a hint that the theme park theme is an airfield. Think airplanes and such. Uh, that will be your hint for next episode. Anyways, anyways, that will do it for this video. Thank you so much for watching, even if things started to get a little heated towards the end of this video because of how long this asshole scenario is going to take. Unfortunately, this is not even the worst that the game has to offer. Next episode will kind of prove my point there. Anyways, thank you all for watching, and I will see you all in the next video where things hopefully won't be so heated. But I doubt it. Ciao. Hello everyone, and welcome back to OpenRCT2 Tycoon 2, and welcome to hell. I might be over exaggerating here, but I quite frankly don't give a flying fuck. This episode is gonna be me raging, being incredibly pissed off, and just cursing out this godforsaken scenario. Welcome to Amity fucking Airfield. The premise is super duper simple. Build a flying themed amusement park in this abandoned airport. Here's the fucking problem. You need 3,000 guests in your park at the end of year 4 with the exact same park rating requirement. And add insult to injury, it's a pay per entry park, which means you're going to be facing off with some severe financial stuff of often and frequently. You can already tell that this is not going to be a fun ride for any of us. At least the only good news is the area is completely flat other than a few trees along the edges. That's the only good thing I can say about this godforsaken scenario. Let's just get this shit started. Let's just get this shit over with, shall we? The ride selection here is okay, I guess, but it isn't, mind-blowing. Because we have a few decent transport rides, a couple of okay gentle rides, a few kind of hard to build roller coasters. There's 2 good thrill rides, no water rides, and way too many stalls. Yeah, this is gonna be a pain in everyone's ass. And for some reason, in the game audio just decided to just up and leave for some stupid ass reason. So that's another thing I can attribute the Amity Airfield being a goddamn idiot. In any case, yeah, apparently Amity Airfield decided, you know what? Fuck you. You're not getting any in-game audio whatsoever. Go fuck yourself. We're not even 5 minutes in, and I'm already wanting my empty airfield to piss off. Especially since, like I said, we have no in-game audio to work with, and I even checked my settings and stuff, and there was nothing. In, it was it was it was unmuted. But Empty Airfield just decides to get one last little laugh in, if you can even call it that. It's more like a demented evil laugh more than anything. I suppose the only good news is we are getting guests at a pretty decent clip, but that's just mostly because entry to the park is free. If it wasn't free, I doubt that anyone would be here right now. Which is incredibly sad, but it's also true because apparently we can't catch a goddamn break. At least the good news is like I said in the last episode, I am gonna be using cheats to make things a little bit more tolerable, especially on a scenario as hellish as this, as mind you, but it's still going to be a gigantic pain in the ass. Oh yeah, and did I mention the fact that we start off with a $10,000 loan with a 10% interest rate? No? No? Well, this is another case of empty airfield saying, yeah, no, fuck you. I'm gonna give you an asinine loan to work with. And yeah, that there's your confirmation that it's pay per entry, free to ride. Alright, go fuck yourself. And the loan is capped out at only a meager 25 grand. And less than that of some other areas. So, we're really gonna wind up being, incredibly screwed. route here by the end. Fun. See, everything is it's focused and everything. And so I have no idea why it's being like this. I swear, if it turns out it was just me having my headset on mute and not being able to hear the game, as someone points out to me in the comments, and that's another thing I'm going to just blame on Amity Airfield, because I just really hate this goddamn scenario. And if it turns out that hey stupid, your headset was muted, so that way you couldn't hear the game. And yeah, of course I'm gonna be pissed off because, well, Amity Airfield. Okay, so I have confirmed that it is indeed, I did confirm now that we're 10.5 minutes into the video, it was just me being a goddamn idiot because yes, my headset was muted. God, fuck this scenario. I was making me make stupid ass mistakes because I just want to get this done and over with as quick as humanly possible. hope we get something good out of this friggin' research, because as we need a lot more, we need a lot better stuff if we need to get to Empty Airfield's ridiculous 3,000 guest goal. Lay down coaster. Oh boy. At least we're up to 500 guests, so at least we're getting somewhere with this godforsaken and stupid scenario. I suppose this is the only good thing about having free rides. At least that way the guests can have fun before having to get money out of their friggin' little ATMs in order to be able to pay for services. Okay, now we actually get a good coaster type, the vertical drop coaster. So now we're starting to get to the point where things are actually starting to look, you know, pretty good for us. Well, I'd say that, but this is empty fucking airfield. I'm just gonna make this as very, very clear. I just really fucking hate Amity Airfield. And I'm sure a lot of you do too if you've played this particular scenario. Why do you have to cost so much? Why? Well, the favorite visitors increase your learning. Yeah, well, you know what? What OpenRCT2? You can go fuck yourself. What I want to know is, what exactly did airfields do to Chris Sawyer for this scenario to be this god-awfully ridiculous? The world may never know. Well, at least the good news is we are almost to 1,000 guests, which would be good for the fact that we're gonna need to get 2,000 more. And here's another good coaster type coming up, the flying coaster. I suppose in a way it's pretty fitting to have a flying coaster, or in a still called flying themed theme park. At least that's one thing I can say. And now that all of our marketing campaigns have ended, now we need to spend a crap ton of money and you bring them all back. The good news is we're halfway to the goal. The bad news is, well, we still have another half to go. But the good news is we are getting another pretty good coaster type in my opinion, the inverted impulse coaster. My favorite one is the circulator because it just goes around in a circle, no questions asked. Although I guess I shouldn't be too gun shy about put multiple types of the same coaster type down, because guess what? We're not losing anything because we can't charge for the rides anyway. Make my packing go really wonky. Thanks, multi-diver. Thanks. At least the good news is we're getting a lot of money from park entrance tickets, so we are at the very least keeping ahead of the flow in terms of, our expenditures. Also, yes, we get 0 water rides this whole scenario, which means no fog flumes. one of the first of 4 years, and we are actually past the halfway point. So at least we aren't in a terrible situation. And the king of versatility is arriving, the Twister coaster. If there's one coaster I really like more than the looping coaster, it would be the Twister coaster because you can do a lot with it. It is unfortunately on the costlier side of the spectrum in terms of all coaster types, but that's what you get. But that's the price you pay when it comes to versatility. Just trust me, this will probably be one of your best friends. And that's at least one good thing I could say about this fucking scenario. The fact that it actually has a few good coaster types just waiting on the wings. Now we have a nice little shopping plaza set up here. Well, if you can even call it a shopping plaza, but I digress. We need to get rid of pretty much all the trees here because we're pretty much going to have to be expanding even more. And we're starting to run a little low on space. So if you like nature, I'm sorry, but we have to do what we have to do. The good news is we are almost at 2,000 guests. The bad news is we still have to get another 1,000. and that's the last of the thrill rides we'll be able to research. The mini suspended coaster is going to get some new cars, which isn't going to really be too useful, but it does add a little bit of variety to the mini suspended coaster. Which, that's not exactly something I thought I would ever think of actually saying, but we're in a bit of a tricky situation as is, so whatever. There we go, so at least that way there isn't as much congestion, and now the guests can actually have a little bit more room to work with. And that gives us a lot more room to work with in terms of building more rides. Everybody wins. Now we're stuck at about the 2350 plateau, but that is relatively close. The compact inverted coaster is going to get some new cars, so that will help us out. compact inverted coaster is going to get even more cars, which means even more variety. We're up to 24. We're up to 2,400 guests, but we just need that little bit more. The inverted coaster. Best value park in the country, so we are getting some positive awards to help us out a little bit here. We're up to 2,500 now, so now it's just a case of getting that last 500. To be honest with you, I like the inverted roller coaster more than the compact version because as the inverted coaster has a lot more variety and it looks like a friggin' inverted twister coaster. It looks so sleek and awesome. Whereas this just looks kind of like an inverted corkscrew. I don't know if it's just me who knows that or not, but there you go. How many roller coasters did Chris Sawyer squeeze into one scenario? 2,600 guests now, so that's at least one good benefit. Oh, great! It's a multi-dimensional coaster. If you thought that the friggin' and suspended swinging coaster was barf-tastic, just you wait until you see what the game has in store for the multi-dimensional coaster. It too is a vomit machine. I am not kidding when I say that. The multi-dimensional coaster is actually the final roller coaster that we unlock, so now we have an excuse to just focus on unlocking more gentle rides. Jesus Christ, this coaster is massive. If this doesn't solve at least a small portion of the overcrowding issue, I don't know what will. But now we are starting to climb towards 3,000 guests, so we'll be done with this scenario, hopefully sooner rather than later. Yep, we're up to 2,800. And we have received an award for the park with the best roller coasters because, well, look at all the friggin' roller coasters I've had to put down. Absolutely maddening. Yeah, have fun getting lost in that. That's literally the only gentle ride that we unlock, just in our car for the observation tower. Now that's just goddamn sad. We are worth over $750,000. so, after much pain and misery, we are just a few guests away from our goal. Oh, and there we have it. Holy fucking shit. We have achieved quite possibly one of the highest company values possible that is not in a no money park. Over $800,000 in this godforsaken park. Look at the spaghetti mess we have created. Just fucking look at it. You got spaghetti junctions for fucking days. Well then, after going through a scenario that was literal hell, I think I'm gonna need to take a little bit of an aspirin. And thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed because I didn't. And I will see you all for the next episode, which will take place in a scenario far less annoying. Ciao. Man, fuck empty airfield. Hello everybody and welcome back to OpenRCT2 Tycoon 2. After the bullshit of empty airfield, just put it bluntly, I need to take about a week and a half to kind of recover and just kind of reduce the salt levels in my blood veins from that godforsaken scenario. And today we have a scenario that is significantly easier. Welcome to Dynamite Dunes. Built in the middle of the desert, this park contains just one roller coaster at the start, but has space for expansion. The objective is significantly easier, and not even 3 times more difficult than that of Forest Frontiers. In fact, it's basically an easier electric fields in a way. The objective is to get 650 guests in your park at the end of year 3, with the exact same park rating requirement as the last few episodes. In fact, so far for the whole entire season, but I digress. And as you can tell, this place is massive. It has what you would expect from the desert. There are little sand dunes everywhere with a few cacti and just a whole lot of sand all over the place. And here's the roller coaster in question, Dynamite Blaster, which is a cart roller coaster. Not like the bad mine ride. This is the much better version of it, to say the very least. And as you can tell, it has pretty good stats all the way around, so it definitely knows how to do its job well as a roller coaster. Let's go over the rides. The ride selection is pretty small, as you would probably expect from a Roller Coaster Tycoon 1 scenario. We start off with a miniature railroad, 3 gentle rides, with one of them actually being pretty decent, and the mine train coaster, which is obvious because we had Dynamite Blaster, and the normal Woodies. He's one thrill ride, which isn't that great in my opinion, the log flumes, and very, very few stalls. Just an ice cream stall, a burger bar, a drink stall, and a restroom. And the bad news is, as you could probably tell, there is no information kiosk at the start. That is absolutely not good. But since we're back to Roller Coaster Tycoon 1 scenarios for the time being, I guess you would expect those kind of restrictions at the beginning. And as you may have noticed, we start off with 84 guests in the park, and the park rating just below 700. Let us begin. And so there's guests already in the park, setting up things like food stall, a drink stall, and even a toilet will be pretty necessary here to start things off. The only real difficulty here would be the working with the sand dunes, because let's face it, when you're trying to work with elevation in a Roller Coaster Tycoon game, it's a little bit annoying, to say the very least. And now that we got the basic stalls and stuff I've put down, let's get started with some of the bigger stuff on our roster. Yeah, this is gonna be a problem, right? Yeah. As you may have expected, by the way, with Dynamite Dunes being significantly easier than the scenario that will no longer be named, and this will be a significantly shorter episode just because, well, we're dealing with a much easier park. That's not necessarily a bad thing, because let's face it, we all probably deserve a briefer episode after our empty airfield decided to be empty bullshit. I know that both words don't start with the letter A, but I don't really care, because screw that scenario. Although speaking of empty airfield, now that I mention it, I do apologize for that particular episode being excessively salty, because I've been dealing with quite a bit of stuff as of late, and I just kind of let my emotions do the talking instead of making sure that the episode and everything was entertaining. So that is a oopsie doopsie on my part. The only good thing about RCT1 scenarios is the fact that they're both pay for entry and ride, which means you can get the most bang out of your buck, quite literally in this case. We're gonna need the extra income to be all things considered. Great, we're starting off with the one that's completely useless. Remember, the objective is 650 gas, so this will be it's almost 5 times less than that of Amity Airfield, which had 3,000. But because of the much smaller requirement, we might be in for a little bit of a pinch, because you know me, I have to get the information kiosk as soon as I can, And on top of that, there's also the issue of, money, which means we're going to need to try to hope for an ATM sooner rather than later. And yeah, our park rating is kind of iffy. Oh, now you tell me. Now you tell me that's too high, you stupid... Eh. Do you mean to tell me that's still too high? That's true. Now the guests want to arrive now that I made the friggin' and things free. Thanks, game. Thank you for being such a POS. Again. I take that back. I take that back. The game's gonna give me the information kiosk right away. So I take back what I just said about you being a POS. not meant to go on a... Sometimes the guests in this game just make no sense to me. Then again, hence, it may not make sense to a whole lot of you either, and I'm just right there with you. There we go. Don't ask why I decided on friggin' in path network like this. I honestly have no clue now that I'm looking at it. I mean, you could argue that at least this part of the path is a part of the base path, but the rest of it, I have no clue. And it's sad that even I don't have a clue, and I'm the one who put down the paths in the first place. Fireship's okay, I guess, but it's not, you know, game breaking or anything. It's just kind of, meh. At least good news is on a fairly linear pathway system like this, at least you guys don't have much of a chance to get lost. At least the good news is now we're actually starting to become somewhat cash positive. At least the good news is at least now the park ring has managed to make a recovery. And we're already about 2/3 of the way to the goal, so that's good. Fries isn't anything too exciting, but at least it's a different type of food stall. Also, it's not like the be-all and end-all of the world. Yeah, there's not a whole lot to say about these Roller Coaster Tycoon 1 scenarios, especially near the very beginning, because they're nothing more than like simple little easy warm-ups to introduce players to the game and not overly overwhelm them, so don't expect too much here at the beginning. Although you had to expect a lot from Amity Airfield, but that was because it's one of the most difficult scenarios in Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. Whereas in Roller Coaster Tycoon 1, it builds up the difficulty gradually and slowly. So you don't necessarily have to worry about a whole lot of shit to worry about. At least not right away, but you get the general gist. As you may have expected, that this does take a fair bit longer than Forest Frontiers, but it's pretty much on the same length level of Electric Fields. Just a little bit easier than Electric Fields because, well, you have 50 less guests to worry about. But it's essentially the same copy-paste scenario. all the marketing campaigns undergoing, it's not taking too long for the remaining 100 guests to start trickling into the park. And as we see a very interesting ride being developed up, the 650th guest has come into the park just before August of year one. So, so, speaking of said ride, the go-karts are a very, very nice to have thrill ride. It isn't necessarily game-breaking, but it does its job extremely well. And depending on how long or short the ride is, it can either have a decent throughput while being a good little ride to have in your park, or it could just be like Le Mans, just extremely long and not necessarily a huge throughput. But that is what it is. It's a very good thrill ride. As Marcel Voss himself said, it's not game breaking or anything, but it does its job very, very well. So we will end today's escapades by putting down a go-kart. You would think I would know how to draw straight in a straight line, but no. So yeah, that is Dynamite Dunes, a scenario that is a little bit more difficult than Forest Frontiers, but it's pretty much a slightly easier electric fields. I only say slightly because of the hills and elevation, but that's just me being petty at that point. Right. What I'm trying to say is it's a little bit harder than Forest Frontiers, but slightly easier than Electric Fields. And after what we had to deal with last episode of Amity Airfield, this was a much needed breather episode. Much needed. So on that note, as the go-karts get going, that will do it for today's episode. Oh, thank you all for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Stay tuned for the Amphis Marvel Race All-Star R finale. Now, yes, that will be coming up very, very soon. Probably within the next day or two. So, in any case, enough of me shamelessly plugging my other series. Ciao! Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Open Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. So, the last time we went to Dynamite Dunes after, a very aggravating Amity Airfield. And that was the perfect breather episode we all desired, as the scenario was, in fact, quite easy. Today, we have a scenario that's even easier. Leafy Lake. Starting from scratch, build a theme park around a large lake. And as you can see here in the background, yeah, there's the titular lake right there, and it is indeed fairly large. But the objective is not large. In fact, it's easier than Dynamite Dunes. The objective is to get at least 500 guests in the park at the end of year 3, with the exact same park rating requirement of at least 600. Which, isn't a big deal, all things considered. You could argue that this is twice as hard as Forest Frontiers, but as mentioned, this is easier than Dynamite Dunes because you have 150 less guests to put in your park, and the fact that even though the lake itself is large, the objective is anything but. So, let us begin. And as usual, we have a miniature railroad, a couple of decent gentle rides, including the cart ride, which is alright. A couple of roller coasters, which are both pretty good. One thrill ride, boat hire, which is incredibly appropriate considering that, we're on a lake. And only 3 types of stalls, which once again, and that means we don't have the information kiosk off the start. But are you really that surprised at this point? I didn't think so. I'm saving this spot for the information kiosk just in case we get it at one point or another. Speaking of, I guess I should prioritize shops and stalls because God only knows we're going to need that as quickly as humanly possible. So anyways, as I was talking, guests have already started to come in, so we need to get on the ball now. Uh, yeah, in case you're wondering, OpenRCT2 has got an update where you can customize the paths and queue lines if you want, but I thought this was disconnected, but as it turns out, no, it was not disconnected. I just need to open the freaking ride first. So, whoopsie doopsies on my part. Yeah, and I suppose I should explain, Elaine, that starting from this episode, I have installed a plugin in that automatically adjusts the ride ticket prices. This won't really help me out too much in the bigger scheme of things. This just cuts down on micromanagement that I have to do. Ooh, ooh. So it's not necessarily cheating in that form of way. And I can already tell right now that the game's already going to be a pain in the butt trying to get the information kiosk. If you don't want to guess getting lost on your boat hires, I strongly recommend making it a tracked ride. It's not quite as useful, but it does prevent guests from getting lost, which is the important part. Might as well get a little bit of publicity for the boat hire going, even if it's, not a lot. But it looks like my little marketing strategy worked out quite well. Because now guests are enjoying the boat hire, or unironically speaking. And surprisingly, now we have all 10 boats out and taking the lap around the lake. takes the guest 2 whole minutes to get from start to finish. That's a little slow, but then again, these are rowing boats. I don't think you should have your expectations too high for these little boats. Okay, good. At least now I don't have to run around like a chicken with my head cut off. Okay, and now that the information kiosk has been placed down, now we can finally relax a little bit. There we go. I know I'm kind of putting all my eggs in one basket here, but let's face it, roller coasters are the big money makers. maze is okay. Okay, it sounds like the best gentle ride out there, but it's one of those rides that never breaks down, so that's one good thing. That's the higher loan limit that I was expecting. 50 grand for this scenario. Jeez. But for right now, we'll just sell on the advertised campaign for the park and get that maze some starting popularity. And considering that we're already 80% of the build, this might set the wheels of progress forward enough to where we hit 500. $50 guests to go. You gotta do what you gotta do in order to get the guests in the park. That's all I have to say in my defense. and sure enough, by mid-June, we have hit the 500 guest goal. So overall, like I said, as we look at Leafy Lake here, as I've mentioned in the intro, this park is indeed quite a fair bit easier than Dynamite Dunes because despite its big size, Leafy Lake only has 150 less guests to get, and overall it's not particularly too hard. And considering that we had to deal with Amity Airfield 2 episodes ago, having back-to-back Breeder episodes is just what the doctor ordered. So, anyways, I hope you all enjoyed this episode, and I just want to say, have a Merry Christmas, and hopefully I'll be able to get a video out before New Year's. But for right now, happy holidays, happy sorry, happy holidays, please. Merry Christmas, and I will see you all in the next video. Ciao. Hello everybody, and welcome back to OpenRCT2 Tycoon 2, for the first time in 2022. Last time we went through another relatively easy scenario in Leafy Lake, which proves that Roller Coaster Tycoon 1 knows how to scale difficulty, unlike Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 with a certain themed airfield. The less said about the airfield, the better. In this video, we head off to Diamond Heights, which is our very first park value goal of whole park. This theme park is already a successful theme park with great rides, as you can probably see a couple in the background there. Our objective is to develop it to double its value, which is park value is 120,000, so they're kind of lying about doubling the value. But regardless, the objective in this park for the first time in this season is to not have a certain number of guests by the end of a certain year with a certain park rating. Oh no. Oh no. Our goal here is this number right here, the park value. The objective is to get it from $120,000 to $200,000 by the end of October year 3. Guest count and park rating mean nothing in this park. Alright, for once. Alright, and as you see here we start off with just a measly $1,000 loan, which is quite small. But anyways, this is brand new type of park because for the first time we don't necessarily have to worry about the guest count or the park rating. We just have to worry about the little park value number on the finance screen. So without further ado, let's get this party started. We start off with eight rides, 3 of which are on screen right now. Now we have Arachnophobia, which I believe is the fear of spiders. There's Snake River Falls and Indiana Jane Railroad. And there's 5 other rides amongst the park. That's for ride selection. We have the Miniature Railroad, which we already have in the park. A few gentle rides. It's 3 different types of roller coasters. There's all 3 of which are in the park. The Wind Wild Mouse, the Junior Coaster, and my personal favorite, or one of my personal favorites rather, the Looping Roller Coaster. We also have the Pirate Ship as a thrill ride, 2 water rides, one of which is already in the park, that being the Log Flume, And not a whole lot of shops and stalls, but we do start off for the first time in a while with the information kiosk, which is, oh, oh, fantastic. I don't know why this part doesn't have information kiosk to start with, but no, it's better late than never, I suppose, for this part. But in any case, our main objective is to increase the park value rating, which is done by building rides, and improving the park value that way. And if you remember from Season 1, this is a relatively short scenario if you know how to play your cards right. In fact, the park value already went up to $167,000 just in the intro alone, so yeah, this is not going to be any harder. It's not going to be any harder than before. In fact, you could argue it's easier because of all that has already been said. In case you're wondering, Shockwave is a very good default pre-built roller coaster because it has good stats and, let's face it, it just looks friggin' awesome. But yeah, like I said, the park value already went up to 166,000 while we were just doing the intro. So if that doesn't tell you how easy this scenario is, I honestly don't know what will. In case you're curious, a ride provides park value depending on the ratings of ratings of each individual ride. The way the math works is quite convoluted, but essentially, the higher each of the ratings get, though, the more park value it will give. If you want to know the bigger specifics of how the park value works, I recommend then looking it up on YouTube or something, because it's convoluted even for me. But what do you expect? This game was made all the way back at the beginning of the 2000s, so of course it's not gonna make total sense. But hey, it's a game that I still love to this day, so not much complaining from me. But yeah, the park value already jumps all the way up to 186,000 just by placing one ride. One. case you're wondering why I'm building out into the lake, by the way, it's because that's where most of the space in the park is at, because this park is already packed pretty full with rides, so you gotta find ways in order to expand upon what you have. And this was just basically the best way for me to do that. A little bit weird, but not a whole lot you can really do. It really is up to 196,000, so we are really close to already completing this scenario in just 10.5 minutes, which is about as fast as we completed it the first time, so again, I'm not going to complain. You may recognize this boat ride from Lake to Lake, but this time I just decided to make it smaller, and instead of what we had before, now we have bumper boats. Bumper boats may not be too exciting, but what can you really do? It's a boat ride. Sure, now you tell me, game. Now you tell me that there's no food stalls in this park. If this is supposed to be a successful park, why does it not have you know, the basic amenities? Like, seriously? That doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me. They didn't even let them have any drinks or toilets. Whoever ran Diamond Heights before me, he deserved to get fired. They treated their guests like shit like this. I'm sorry, but they did. I like how I'm getting pissed off about the logic of a 20-year-old game, but hey, that's just how much I love this game even after all these years, okay? So yeah, I am a little bit bombastic in that way. Yeah, at this point I'm just trying to do anything I can to get the park value up over the 200,000 mark. Because for some reason it wants to be particularly shy. Not that I blame it, it's just funny to me that it's being this shy. And there we go, in just under 15 minutes. But yet the park value says it's 198,000, so what gives, game? Okay, now I'm just completely confused. Because it gave me the win, but it's not above 200,000. Maybe it was above 200,000 for like a few seconds, and therefore it counts, but I'm gonna try to get the park value up over 200,000 for you guys before I end the video. Just that way we have, photographic evidence. Or oh, you get what I'm trying to say. Just that way we can say indisputably that we have completed this mission. Well, not even mission, but again, you know what I mean. Although trying to find some way to get the park value over 200,000, and with the space we have for aiming, is gonna be kind of challenging. No wonder why I was hearing that friggin'. I don't really have anything against the merry-go-rounds per se. I just find their music friggin' annoying. Like we get it, you're supposed to be happy and joyous, but don't shoehorn it in. And there you go. The park value is indeed over 200,000, and we can successfully call this mission accomplished. I know I could have ended this video a few minutes sooner with the win and all, but I just felt dirty not having the park value actually be above 200,000. And yeah, as you can tell, Diamond Heights is quite the big park. As you can tell, we just expanded upon it and wound up getting the park value goal, which the park is now worth almost $230,000. Successfully completing this scenario, despite completing earlier, but you get the general gist. So that is Diamond Heights. Heights, a park that gives us a brand new objective for the first time, and it is just as easy as it was in Season 1. It just took me a little longer because the park value wanted to be a little bit more stubborn this time around. Um, so in any case, that does conclude our journey of Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 for now. Uh, by the time this is uploaded, we'll be only a couple of days away from um, Birchcraft Season 2's introductory video, where I will break down on how that particular challenge run will go. But that is for another time. I'm I would like I would like to thank you all for watching, and I will see you all in the next video. Um, where we reintroduce ourselves with a old challenge from over 3 years ago. So I will see you all then. Ciao. Hello everybody and welcome back to Open Roller Coaster Tycoon 2, where the last time we took a trip to Diamond Heights and got to enjoy a park value use scenario for once, even though the game wanted to try to fake me out and make the video last much longer than it did because the park value didn't stay above 200,000. But the game was like, nope, we're just gonna give you the win anyway, which makes no sense. But anyways, ranting aside, today's scenario is one of the hardest beginner parks in both Roller Coaster Tycoon 1 and 2. Not because of its not because it's hard per se, but just from the sheer size of it. And that park, as you see, is Evergreen Gardens, where the goal sounds simple on paper: convert the beautiful Evergreen Gardens into a thriving theme park. But as you may have noticed, Evergreen Gardens is freaking huge. It is just massive. So we're gonna have a bit of a hard time converting gardens into a thriving theme park. And the objective doesn't help matters either because for the first time since Factory Capers and Crazy Castle, we have to aim for the 4 digits. We have to get 1,000 guests in the park at the end of October year 4, or with the exact same park rating requirement. But as you may have noticed, park rating is already there. We just need to get the guests in that park. And as you may have noticed, uh, we do start off with a poor little individual here who is stuck in the park, which means on paper we need to get 999 more guests. But this dude is pretty much going to be leaving the park because he's tired, unhappy, and he just wants to get out of here. So we are going to need to get the 1,000 guests a bit more legitimately without the game giving us a free guest to start with. But anyways, enough of my pre-scenario rambling. Let's go. Um, the rides we get this time are a little bit different, as we have 2 transport rides, the Railroad and the monorail, a few okay gentle rides, 4 different types of roller coasters, including basically 2 variants of the mini roller coaster. There, only 1 thrill ride, 1 water ride, and 4 shops and stalls. But as you may have noticed, that yet again we start without the information kiosk, which is incredibly annoying. I really wish I would have to stop doing Since making the research it's just shops and stalls only until we get the information kiosk, but this game does not really like me that much, so I don't get why it doesn't like me, but we just have to pretty much deal with it. And yeah, as I said Nathan here just wants to leave the park as soon as he possibly can. I mean, look how unhappy he is, look how tired he is, and just look how hungry and thirsty the dude is. He does not want to be in this park any longer, or than he has to. And we are starting to get our first little influx of guests, so we're not particularly in a god-awful situation. Well, at least the game is willing to be kind on one thing. Have the information kiosk be the very first thing to be researched. So, I guess I can't bitch too much now, can I? There we go. So at least the game was kind enough to give us the information chaos as the very first thing research, so like I said, I can't really bitch too much, it's just annoying. Right. And we're already up to 100 guests in just under 10 minutes and a little over an in-game month. Not bad. Quite a few guests heading towards the Great White Whale. Oh, the looping roller coaster. That's a good coaster. And the maximum loan here is 40,000 in, but considering the slow pace of things, yeah, it's gonna be a little bit of a pain. Now we're starting to get guessed a little bit more consistently. Ooh, the corkscrew. That's another good coaster type. Well, it's good. It's good for the early scenarios, but later on you are gonna need to diversify your set a little bit more. But it does its job well enough. Of course. Game, game, there is literally a mechanic right there. You don't need to goddamn tell me. I mean, where are you? Some kind of weirdo? Like, are you blind, game? Like, are you sincerely blind? Like, come on now! I know it's more or less a friendly reminder to check where your mechanics are and blah blah blah, but it just really pissed me off. Because it's like, are you blind? Do you not see where my mechanics are, or are you just playing stupid? Okay, at least for now, starting to get at least some form of variety. Come on, you slowpokes. time I managed to get the park layout to something that's a little bit less convoluted, we're already up to over 925 guests, meaning that all my work will pretty much be more or less for naught. But it's at least there for reasons. And a few in-game days later, we have hit the 1,000 mark. And for the second time this season, and once again the go-karts are on the QE, but we finished the scenario before it can be unlocked, so ain't that crap luck. But just like that, just like last time out, I will at least put down a go-kart before we end things off here. And there you go. So that has been Evergreen Gardens. A park that can be pretty darn large, but as long as you know what you're doing, and for new time players, as long as you piece together everything that the game has taught you up to this point, this scenario isn't particularly too hard. It just looks daunting on paper because you have to get 1,000 guests in 4 in-game years, and we managed to get our stuff done right at the end of July year 1. So all in all, not too bad. But that will conclude matters here in this episode. Our next episode will be the finale of the beginner parks of both Roller Coaster Tycoon 1 and 2, because we completed all 3 of Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 scenarios, plus the infamous Amity Airfield, And we've completed 5 out of 6 of the beginner parks here in Roller Coaster Tycoon 1 scenarios. And there's only one more left, which will be next episode. But we still have plenty of parks left to do, so this isn't the end of the season yet, not by any means. But in any case, I hope you all enjoyed today's foray into the world of roller coasters and madness, and all that hoopla. Um, I would like to thank you all for watching, and I I just want to quickly summarize something. If you follow me on Twitter, I recently ran a poll involving my voice, and a lot of you seem to agree that my voice is, well, I'll just flat out say it, cute. And for that, I thank you guys for the support. Thank you guys, gals, and non-binary people for the support. It really does mean a lot to me, and as I said, that you really help put my mind at ease. So, once again, I thank you for that. Uh, But that's the only thing I wanted to say before we end this episode. Thank you so much for watching. You can check out my stuff in the description below, and as always, I will see you all in the next video. Ciao. Hello, everybody, and welcome back finally to Let's Play Open Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. I apologize for the 2-month wait, but a lot of mental stuff got in the way, and I don't think you want to hear me ramble for the next 20 minutes about that. So we're just gonna move past that. I do once again apologize for the wait, but today we have the return of the fan submitted challenges. If you remember back in season one, 3 of these challenges were sent to me, and I did them on every 10th episode 10, 20, and 30. We're on episode 10, so we have the first challenge, which was submitted to me anonymously. Like, I mean, this person did not want their identity to be revealed, which I can respect that. But in any case, this person has sent a scenario to me called Sparkplug Park, where the description says, "You have been hired to build a park in a community where they need a spark of joy amidst a stagnant market, attracting a target number of guests to provide the spark the community needs." Sounds pretty simple, except the fact that the objective is a little on the challenging side, because as the objective is to get 2,100 guests in your park, or 2,100 guests, whichever way you want to say it, at the end of your free with the exact same park rating requirement that you have seen in previous scenarios, which is not too surprising, in all honesty. So, nothing too out of the ordinary, to say the very least. In terms of rides that we start off with a monorail, a car ride, right? 3 pretty decent roller coasters, that being one roller coaster, a looping, and an inverted roller coaster. Not bad. We start off with the go-karts, a dinghy sliding log flume, and a pretty decent selection of stalls, including information kiosks, restroom, ATMs, all that fun stuff. So we do start off with a fairly decent number of things that we can do. So without further ado, let us get started. As you may have noticed, we start off with a very, very, very empty park, which you kind of expect since, the scenario error isn't exactly very robust in terms of adding in pre-built stuff. But in any case, we can't really complain too much, so let's just get this party started. The interesting thing here is that we charge for both the ride and the entrance, so we do have a little bit of maneuverability to work with here. We're already starting to generate our first guest. That's always a good sign. And right away we already have some rain. That's never a fun sign. Jeez, we don't really start off a whole lot of decor. And the rain's only gonna get worse. Thanks. In case you're wondering, no, the abstract building does not help with keeping guests dry in the wet. It's just there for decor. And it's still raining. I know the climate is cool and wet in this scenario, but this is ridiculous. And finally the rain decides to let up. About time. Park rating's having a little bit of a hard time, but I can't really say I'm too surprised. You could say that the spark plug on spark plug park is provided literally because of a certain bit here. Here does look like an electrical socket. That would just be me putting it a little bit too much on the nose. And the one roller coaster just got an upgrade. Well, not so much an upgrade, more than it is something completely different, but you get the point. Now, the scenario creator told me that there is an obscenely high load limit in this scenario, so it's not something I necessarily have to worry about, but it's just one of those things. stop with the rain? It's not even goddamn funny. Like I said, I know that the climate is cool and wet, but this is just ridiculous. At least it's time to bring this sign to GTFO a lot sooner. Please not more rain. At least we managed to fix the parking fiasco. And the rain's just gonna keep getting worse. Joy. And now we get the air-powered vertical coaster, which is a fairly powerful roller coaster type. essentially unlocked the air-powered vertical coaster. Kind of funny I was able to fit a tiny car ride inside Square Pre, but it works! Holy shit, that's a lot of money. Somehow we managed to get in the green for the month. $7,000 an hour. I feel like I just need a cash machine, a dedicated cash machine just for the wings of Apollo. Jesus. The flying roller coaster. Okay, that's also another pretty good ride type. course, here comes the rain to ruin everything. What do you mean my park entrance fee is too high? You mean to tell me that a $10 or entrance fee for a park value that nearly $250,000 is too high? What are you? What are you? Some kind of friggin' weirdo? At this point, I'm basically connecting parts of the park in all sorts of ways. I'm just doing whatever I can to try to get guests in the park because we're only about quarter of the way to the goal, and we're approaching the halfway mark. So I'm trying to speed this up so that way I don't waste your guys' time. But well, the game isn't exactly playing fair. We're stagnating in terms of the guest count. The LAM launch coaster. Okay, now we're starting to get a little bit more intricate. But yeah, we're stagnating hard. Oh, goody. Let's just add that to the list of goddamn problems. mechanic is gonna handle 11 rides. We are still stagnating. At least we're making good money a month, but the problem is we're not getting enough guests to subsidize that. Not the rain. Rain has been like my number one enemy in this scenario so far. Enemy number two being guests not wanting to turn up to the park. Not even the money is gonna be that much issue. We'll get coffees now. That's good. I'm just now realizing how hilariously cash positive we're becoming. Really piss off with that. With oh, your park entrance fee is too high. We're worth $300,000. People should be more than willing to pay $10 for the park by now. Asshole. The compact inverted coaster. Okay, so we have the inverted coaster's little brother. Why with the rain? And of course people are complaining, oh, I need to go to the bathroom. know I said we're becoming hilariously cash positive, but this is just ridiculous. We're going backwards. We are going backwards in terms of guest count. Will you shut up about the park entrance fee? It is not too high. You're just lying to me. And I don't appreciate being lied to. I didn't think this would turn into another rage video like the Amity Airfield scenario, but here we are, and as soon as I mention rage, here comes some more rain to aggravate the issue even more. Thanks, game. Oh, now the guests want to show up. Now the guests want to show up. Okay. Screw you, game. Screw you. Honestly. At least the good news is now we're becoming hilariously cash positive from all the shop sales. Oh no, not a thunderstorm. Please no. I am just getting absolutely screwed over. Because not only is Marty screwing me over in game as it is in real life, but now the Heartline Twister Coaster wants to get in on the fun. Yay! Again, I was not anticipating this becoming a it's gonna be a rage video. I did not plan for a rage video, okay? At least the good news is about us being cash positive, we can then pay off that loan and remove that loan interest. Slowly but surely. Knowing me, I'll probably wind up taking out another big loan just to be able to build stuff. And the park rating has gone to shit. Great. Just awesome. Yay, the Heartline Twister Coaster, the worst one in the game. Woohoo. Oh, shut up, will you? You really want to test my patience, Heartline? Oh, wow. And here comes the gas crash. We're going to be at the end of year 1 here very soon, and we're going all the way back to where we started, or which means we went from about like 400 guests from the goal. Oh, now down to over 1,200 guests away from the goal. Oh, which means we went from close to the goal back to down being a third with 2 years ago. Thanks, game. I hate everything about this. When I say everything, I mean everything. Yeah! Will you shut up about the park entrance fee? It's not too high. For Christ's sake. We're back down under 700 guests. We are literally back under 700 guests, and we just began year 2. Inverted impulse coaster. Okay. That's not terrible. Not the rain! Stop! At least the impulse coaster is cheap. And it's relatively thin, so we can just slap it anywhere. we're stuck at 700 guests again. And we finally get something different in the thrill ride department. Ah, that's my third worst enemy in this one. The fact that the game is complaining month after month. We legit just won the Best Toilets Award. The Best Toilets Award! The one thing that they find good with the park is the goddamn toilets! The fuck! I am starting to lose my patience. So yes, this has evolved into a rage video. Oh, because this game is fucking me! The twist. The twist! Are you fucking me? as far as the game hasn't given me the negative award for having quite possibly the worst value park in the country. Now watch me get it after I say that. Well, I asked for diversification, and I'm getting it. We're only up to 750 guests, so a good chunk away from here too. Yay! Now we're getting even more fucked. It's because the game keeps fucking lying to me about the park entrance fee. It's not too high. Shut the hell up. We're worth $400,000. People should be willing to pay $10 fucking dollars. You fucker. Down under 600 guests. We're going backwards. Why are we going backwards? We are so fucked. I don't know. I am now incredibly fucking confused. Only now does the game feel bad for me and has all the guests come in. Now it fucking feels bad for me. Yeah, how about you go fuck yourself, game? Fuck this fucking rain. Seriously. Fuck this rain. And fuck you! Fuck you and fuck your too high park entrance fee bullshit! There's one final objective I want to take care of before the video is over, and that's repaying the goddamn loan. Which isn't too hard considering that the people are coming out in droves. And we get the mini coaster along the way. And then after we won, the game just takes all the guests away. Just to fuck me. It only took a year and a half, but not only did we repay the loan, but we completed the scenario before the game just took 2/3 of the guests away and forced us all the way back to square fucking one. But guess what? I don't give a fuck because we won! So shove it up your ass! So with this agonizing scenario out of the way, I would like to thank you all for watching. And as I said earlier, I did not intend for this to become a rage video, but it became a rage video because the game wanted to fuck me. I have nothing against the scenario creator, whoever the hell you are, but this game wanted to fuck me, and fuck me it did. So you know what? I'm not even going to do my outro. I'll see you all in the next video where hopefully I won't be so pissed off. Ciao!